What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
Greetings from Barcelona, one of football's spiritual homes. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Barcelona, and they play Benfica.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. We just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Olmo, but nothing doing with that effort.
It's not a bad attempt, that. Struck it well, but the keeper chipped his feet quickly and would have saved it, I'm sure.
This is the Barcelona team sheet. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in central midfield, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Here's the Benfica lineup.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the 3 behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the full-backs push on, while the defence is still protected from the 2 holding.
Now there could be something on in a moment. And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. Pedri. Now de Jong. Koundé. Now, this might be promising. And with that stray pass, there's a change of possession. That's good defending. A really good interception to take the ball. Pedri. Well read to gain possession. And it's been given as offside. Rafinha. Nicely played through. It was a glorious chance, offside or not. That's a glaring miss.
It really is. How glad will he be about the offside flag, because you've got to test the goalkeeper from there.
Dani Olmo. Space now to get a crossover. Florentino. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Got room to operate in here. Hard work pays off. They've won the ball. And that has stopped any potential danger. Barcelona trying to get things moving. Dani Olmo. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Aktürkoğlu. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. And he'll take this on, but well watched by the goalkeeper, and not one for the highlights. Well, nobody seems to want to keep the ball for long here. Nice vision to switch things. Jules Koundé. Now, can he get the cross in? Good work to win the ball and stop something happening. Aston. Lovely ball, could be a chance. Well, it has to be perfectly struck from that distance, and that wasn't.
It wasn't. He certainly got the confidence to have a go from there, but he gets it all wrong. It's miles away from the target.
Lewandowski. Orkun Kökçü. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Dani Olmo. Could get it over now. Could be a chance! It's back off the bar. The move breaks down. That's a real shame.
Well, I think they deserve to be level here. That's unfortunate. Hopefully they don't look back on the missed opportunity at the end of the game.
And they could quickly be having another go here. Dani Olmo. Rafinha. Chance to cross here. Lewandowski. And they've levelled it up. Nothing to split them once more. And that's going to be it. Little to choose between the two sides as we start the second half. Orkun Kökçü. Florentino. Kökçü. Aston. Orkun Kökçü. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Barca recovering possession well. Jules Koundé. De Jong. One of those why not moments, and we've just seen why not.
Well, I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
Oh, that's superb technique to get past. But they won't be going any further. Nicely won. Kökçü. One of the players who always asks questions of defenders is Robert Lewandowski. He's certainly been difficult to contain.
Well, he kept playing until the whistle, and there's no finer time to score. He'll just be hoping that he can carry that momentum on into the second half.
Aston. Passing and the movement is good here. Having a try. Well, that was seen all the way, and the save is made. So a corner now. One good ball in might be all it takes for the lead. And he's got his head to it, but not the right part of the head, it seems. It's a bad miss. Rafinha. Koundé. De Jong now. This is a promising looking attack from Barcelona. Lewandowski. The effort shut out. Aktürkoğlu. Well read to gain possession. Fredrik Aston. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Vangelis Pavlidis. And it's opened up for him. Tremendous! That has been absolutely thundered home. Mendy. Okun Kökçü. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Kökçü. Waiting for the moment to break through. Lewandowski. Struggling to keep the ball there. Fredrik Aston. This is a positive move as they seek that equaliser. That's nice and easy for the goalkeeper.
Well, just listen to the fans in here. They've just about kept their noses in front, but can they see this through now? There's really not long to go.
Lewandowski. Untidy in possession there. Vangelis Pavlidis. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? Di Maria. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Lewandowski. Vangelis Pavlidis. And that's the final whistle.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello everyone and welcome. Our footballing travels have taken us to the Midlands. We're at Villa Park. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, at the microphone. And sitting alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player, Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Aston Villa facing Barcelona.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Here's how the lineup looks for Aston Villa. Ezri Konsa starts alongside Tyrone Mings in central defence. Yuri Tielemans plays alongside Boubacar Kamara in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today is Ollie Watkins. Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And the starting role in attack today is handed to Robert Lewandowski. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position. And back and forth in terms of possession. Marco Asensio. Well, he could be in trouble now. Time for a change then. Has eyes for goal! Decent technique, but the goalkeeper did his job. And over it comes. And they couldn't take advantage of the chance. Being pressed here. Alex Balde. It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski, and he has teammates to give it to. Oh, great defending. Frenkie de Jong. And a tidy challenge. Tielemans. Ramsey. Now possibilities in the centre. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Well, he prevented it from going over the line. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Very quick thinking there. Marco Asensio. Ollie Watkins. Could be threatening. And the goalkeeper expertly anticipated that through ball. Rafinha. And it's a quality pass. Prepared to take on the shot. Well, that's how to hit them. Not quite accurate enough, though.
Well, what a goal that would have been. Surprised he took it on, to be honest. Long way out, but oh so close.
Watkins. Fruitful looking attack. Spot on with that tackle. Lewandowski. What can he do with it now? And teammates to play it to. Good-looking move. Well, the attack carried an initial threat, but fizzled out. Lewandowski. Marco Asensio. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, it strikes the bar. Pedri. Aston Villa regaining possession. Promising move from Barcelona. A chance to whip it in. Can he put them in front? That is how to keep it out of the net. And Barcelona have possession again. Lewandowski. Closed down straight away. Barcelona in the quest to take the lead, might be helped out by this corner. Not the most confident clearance. Well, they can't quite take advantage in the end. And Marco Asensio giving it away. Pedri. Well, a poor attempt at a challenge, and on he goes. Well, there we have it. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Jacob Ramsey. And Cash with it. Tielemans. Now with Rodgers. They stopped them in their tracks. Rodgers. Well read to win possession back. Lucadinha. And the cross into the middle. No defensive resilience there. Rafinha. And Barcelona being afforded too much space. Lewandowski. It's a perfect challenge. Marco Asensio. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Boubacar Kamara. Good idea. And a very good challenge. Lucadinha. Excellent vision. Oh, goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Over it comes. Well, not away properly. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Pedri. Barcelona have given it away. Tielemans. The attacking options appear plentiful. Has a go! Really crisp effort, but just wide. Frankie de Jong. Pedri. Well, they have the ball once more. Rafinha. Lewandowski. On to De Jong. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Will he play it in? Oh, how about that for the last line of defence? Can they hit on the break? Marco Asensio. Villa unable to retain possession. Pedri. Lewandowski. Pedri. Dangerous looking attack. And a confident clearance. Marco Asensio. Tielemans. Boubacar Kamara. Here is Marco Asensio. Well, 10 out of 10 for placement, maybe 8. Rafinha. And level it is in the waning moments. Can Barcelona change that situation? Pedri. A fine stop to turn the ball away.
Well, Martinez has just saved his team from defeat there. What a good save that was.
Will it happen for them? Pedri. Takes up the shot. Oh, a good save to keep this game all square.
Well, that save has just kept them in it. What a moment for the keeper.
Tielemans. Now with Rodgers. Still pushing for what could be a winner. Opportunity. Oh, a crucial save at such an important stage of the game.
Well, he really is a good goalkeeper in those situations. He's just kept his team in it here.
Koundé. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Perfect tackle. That is that after...
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Benfica facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
This is how the hosts line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
Here's today's Aston Villa team. Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. Boubacar Kamara plays alongside Yuri Tielemans in the centre of midfield, and they're playing with just one up front. And he'll have a go here. Well, really confident to take the shot on from there. It wasn't that far away.
Well, he's had a look where the keeper was. There's no pressure on the ball and thought, why not? I'll have a go. That was close.
Having a try. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Delivered into the box. Kirkju. Orkun Kirkju. Well read to gain possession. Asensio. Ollie Watkins. Florentino. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Marco Asensio. Will take things forward a notch here. What can he do with it? And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Arsenal. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. Well, good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. A move of real promise now. Ollie Watkins. Kirkju. On to Di Maria. Di Maria. Oh, could be a chance here. Oh, they looked in there. It's a penalty, and they could give themselves the advantage here. To make it 1-0. And he's denied them from the spot. Corner is fired in. The danger averted for now. Orkun Kirkju. He's beaten his marker here. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Marco Asensio.
Well, they've certainly been positive in their play, haven't they? But for that really good save, they'd be in the lead now.
And now from going close, they have to close things up themselves. Marco Asensio. And possession given away. Florentino. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Di Maria. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Marco Asensio. Jacob Ramsey. Asensio. Genuine chance. And it's there. They have a goal. And they have the lead. Otamendi. Florentino. Actor Curlew. Di Maria. Kirkju. An attack of genuine promise developing. Di Maria. Passing and the movement is good here. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Matty Cash. Some good work to win it there. Kirkju. An attack of genuine promise now. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Making decent progress here. He's trying to find the space. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. And with that... off we go. The second half underway. Orkun Kirkju. Arsenal. On to Di Maria. Otamendi. Kirkju. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. Into the box it goes. Under a little bit of pressure, he's managed to put it wide.
Well, he just can't get away from his marker for a clean header. That's top defending.
Jacob Ramsey. Working hard to win it back there. Pavlidis. Matty Cash. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Well, nobody seems to want to keep the ball for long here. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Yeah, I think he's had a really good first half. Not only his goal, which he took well, but his overall performance. I'm sure he'll look to continue that in the second half.
Keane. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Di Maria. Could be something happening for them now. That's not a bad-looking ball. Di Maria. And able to come away with the ball. Ramsey. Dean. And it's a goal kick when it looked for all the world like being a goal. They've given it away here. Watkins. Asensio. Well, the radar was quite a bit off there, a good distance away. Atletico. Aston. On to Di Maria. Struggling to keep the ball there. Luca Dean. It's sloppy in possession. Dean. Asensio put into the middle. Unable to find anyone with that. Still going here. And there won't be any rebounds there.
Well, you can tell the crowd sensed something here. It's getting late, but they're really pushing the team on now.
And the opportunity has gone.
Oh, what a chance that is to extend the lead. Just can't find the back of the net.
Aston. Kirkju. Otamendi. Orkun Kirkju. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Atletico. Well, down by one, but they have a corner now.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit, but can they find the equaliser? It's a big opportunity, this.
Oh, yes, please. There aren't many who'd even try that. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Could they take advantage here? Time's starting to be the enemy now. This could be dangerous. Di Maria to square things up. Oh, it's in! Back from the brink with a timely equaliser. Tielemans. Mings. On to Tielemans. Ramsey. Now Tielemans. Kamara. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Boubacar Kamara. On to Tielemans. Good work to win it there. Matty Cash. Frederick Aston. That's a good ball. Now, can he get the cross in? It's all over as the...
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver? It's all coming up next on EA TV.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Benfica and they take on Barcelona.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match though.
Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. The front three are going to need to link up well and make sure the central striker isn't too isolated. If it's on one side, can the other winger come in and be that second centre forward?
This is the Barcelona team sheet. Frenkie de Jong plays alongside Pedri in central midfield. And leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Di Maria. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Oh, good ball in behind. Rafinha. Can someone attack this? And that one is got away. They decide against putting it in. Rafinha. And a cross into the area. Unable to find anyone with that. Florentino. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. It's no great surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What are we expecting to see from him today, Sue?
Yeah, it's his ability on the ball for me. I know it's a cliche, but it's almost as if he's got it on a string at times. He's just able to manipulate it so well, work within those tight spaces, and then can pick out the right pass or get his shot off. I'm really looking forward to watching him today.
It's gone out, and it's a corner. But they could still do something here. Oh, worth a shot. It's in, 1-0. And that could change the shape of the game. Martinez. On to Koundé. Pedri. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Koundé. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Not so much given away as cleverly won. This is looking good. Now what comes next? Good cross into the middle. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Oh, good strike! And the ball is still alive. It's a corner. Maybe the chance to get their noses even further in front. Well, never seemed to get over the ball, in truth. Just clipped the top of his head. Rafinha. Lewandowski. This is an excellent-looking Barcelona transition. Rafinha. Barca down by 1 and looking for inspiration from this corner. Well, not quite fully away here. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Rafinha. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Well, we're approaching the interval now, and I think the fans will be happy enough with the score. What about the performance?
Well, they have controlled patches of that first half. They've created some good opportunities, but only being up by one, it's so close, and it's tough to call a winner here.
Atletico. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Oh, chance here. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Delivered into the box. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Dani Olmo. Able to get a body in the way. Ball comes in. Oh, really nicely held. Made absolutely sure that the corner has come to nothing. Atletico. Dani Olmo. And that brings them. Off we go. Second half underway. Orkun Kökçü. Nicolas Otamendi. Orkun Kökçü. Gonna try his luck. Rafinha. Di Maria. Orkun Kökçü. Ball back with Barcelona now. Aston. Now, can he get the cross in? Rafinha. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper.
As you can see, they've been disappointed in the final third. Not many attempts on goal. And when they do, they just haven't tested the goalkeeper enough. I'm sure if this continues, we're going to see changes to get themselves back into the game.
Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Well, it was certainly a good forward.
Well, maybe something happening here. Oh, yes! As clean a strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Dani Olmo. Into Koundé. Need to get tighter here. Could get it over now. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Florentino. Fantastic looking ball. This is a promising looking attack from Barcelona, but that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Lovely, incisive ball. But no, just offside.
Well, I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
Pavlidis. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Oh, that was a decent position. But he went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. Lewandowski. A little sloppy on the ball there. Space now to get a crossover. Pedri. Nice possession, but they can't stay too patient now. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. He's beaten his marker here. Played into the penalty area. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Well, nobody seems to want to keep the ball for long here. Into the area it goes. And that one is got away. Played into the box. Well, they could still do something here. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Decent delivery. Oh, just a little bit too high.
Oh, what a ball in. It's just asking for someone to get on the end of it. He shows sharp movement, but gets completely underneath it, and it flies over.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Not getting close enough here. And it's opened up for him. Behind it goes for a corner. The whistle goes. Free kick awarded. Dani Olmo. Doesn't want to lose it now. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. A chance now for a quick transition. Looks a good ball. It's in. Well, don't write them off yet. There's the goal. And that will do it. Full time. And the...
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Thanks for joining us in beautiful Catalonia today. Guy Mowbray here, and Sue Smith is here to commentate with me. And we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Barcelona facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
This is the Barcelona team sheet. Pedri plays alongside Frenkie de Jong in central midfield, and leading the line is Robert Lewandowski. Here's today's Aston Villa team. Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. Boubacar Kamara plays alongside Yuri Tielemans in the centre of midfield, and they go with just one in attack. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. Asensio. Some good work to win it there. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Could be a chance! Going for the blast on goal there. Couldn't keep it low enough, but not a bad try. Marco Asensio. And possession given away. Rafinha. Now Lewandowski. Asensio. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Matty Cash. On to Tielemans. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Tielemans. Ollie Watkins. He'll have a go here. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. And it's behind for a corner. And the defence ready for what was coming. Matty Cash. Martinez. Dani Olmo. Rafinha. His luck. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Tielemans. Jacob Ramsey. Lewandowski. Changes things. A goal for 1-0. Off we go at 1-0. Mings. Marco Asensio. Keane. On to Tielemans. Boubacar Kamara. Marco Asensio. Pushing forward with options available now. deliver into the box. Picks out a teammate. And deflected out for a throw-in. Martinez. On to Koundé. Lewandowski. Options available in the middle. Moving it around nicely here, on top and in control. A decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. Matty Cash. Boubacar Kamara. Now, what can they do from here? And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Lewandowski. Lovely, incisive ball. This has to be. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. And that's going to be it for the first 40. So away we go then for the second half. Tyrone Mings. Asensio. Good spell on the ball, but they are still behind. It's a challenge that's brought a whistle and a free kick. And it's saved. That's a really tidy piece of goalkeeping. They're behind, and a good corner could change that. And that one is got away. Oh, against the bar.
Well, so unlucky not to be level in this one, Guy. It was a great effort, but you just wonder if they're going to look back on that, though.
Well, they're in possession again, and maybe another opportunity developing now. Taking this on. Oh, great block. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Nicely played through. What a chance. That's a free kick. And you couldn't choose many better spots for one. Better. A magnificent goal. Matty Cash. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Asensio. Boubacar Kamara. Asensio. Dani Olmo. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't.
Ollie Watkins. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Barcelona trying to get things moving. And the promise of something happening is over. Out for a throw with a little deflection on its way. Dani Olmo. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Koundé. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. A move of real promise developing. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Rafinha. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Dani Olmo. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. On to Pedri. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Tielemans. Frenkie de Jong. Making decent progress here. And he's got that one away. Ramsey. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Tielemans. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Dani Olmo. Dean. Barcelona have possession again. Pedri. Rafinha now. Can't get it through this time. And it will now be a corner. The box it goes. More defensive work to do here. That hasn't come to anything. There's a chance for them to go now. That's not a bad-looking ball. And that one is got away. Rafinha. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Good work to beat the challenge. And that's not properly away yet. Well, that's hugely... And that will do it. Full time. And it's...
Football has the power to enthrall, to captivate.
Hello and welcome from Villa Park. My name's Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Aston Villa, and they play Benfica.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Here's today's Aston Villa team. Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. Yuri Tielemans plays alongside Boubacar Kamara in the centre of midfield, and they go with just one in attack. Need to get tighter here. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. This is the lineup for the visitors.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the fullbacks push on, while the defence is still protected from the two holding.
A turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Ollie Watkins. Good work to regain possession. Arsenal. Pavlidis. Watkins. Now, what can they do from here? Some good work to win it there. Di Maria. Kirkju. Ramsey. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building there on either side of the keeper, and it might have been something. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Kirkju. Fredrik Arsnes. Good passing, not looking to force it just yet. And he's done really well to keep that out. Tielemans. Ramsey. Working hard to win it back there. Di Maria. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. A chance to cross here. It's away, but it's not finished yet. And that hasn't come to anything. And the forward progress continues. Now Tielemans. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Has the space to whip it in here. Tielemans. Kirkju. And possession given away. It's all getting a bit scrappy in the middle right now. Asensio. Oh, good strike! And still the chance might come. Well, nothing doing for them in the end. Florentino. Vangelis Pavlidis. Nice possession. Asensio. Watkins. And able to come away with the ball. Aston. Orkun Kökçü. Asensio. A really good interception to take the ball. And with that... And the game restarts with the sides level. Boubacar Kamara. Matty Cash. Kamara. Asensio. Dean. Now Tielemans. Asensio. Ollie Watkins. Having a look. Good work to recover possession. Watkins. Decent looking attack this. And that's that. The flag's up. Ollie Watkins. Matty Cash. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Actor Kurlu. Could take things forward a notch here. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Boubacar Kamara. A move of real promise now. Goes for goal. That's not a bad save at all. And the ball comes in. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Well, that was seen all the way, and the save is made. Well, still nothing to split the two sides. Maybe that will change with this corner. And the header is far too easily into the goalkeeper's grasp.
Well, they've been really good in possession and have created opportunities. It's just about finding the rhythm in the final third. I'm sure it won't be long before they find that quality in the last part of the pitch, though.
Di Maria. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Well, they wouldn't let him get away that easily. Asensio. Kamara. Ollie Watkins. A bit sloppy in possession. Di Maria. Jacob Ramsey. Asensio. And the shot thwarted. Di Maria. There's room to do something here. And that's a shame for them. Nothing doing. Could could be a chance to break here. They have to get back at pace. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Arsenal. Di Maria. Orkun-Kökçü. Ollie Watkins. Lovely weighted pass. And a marvellous save.
Well, I thought that was a goal, but he showed his quality there with a big save.
And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Vangelis Pavlidis. It could be a chance to win the game here. Nicely played. And this could be... Oh, what a time to score! A goal to surely win the game. Florentino. Orkun-Kökçü. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Ramsey. Struggling to keep the ball there. Crossing. And still danger here. And he might have made the save, but he also made it easy to follow up and score. He has to do better than that. Orkun-Kökçü. Can he finish? Oh, he's missed it, and that might be their fate sealed.
Oh, the clock's ticking faster than they'd like it to. I think that had to go in, Guy.
And that's the final.
two giants of football going head-to-head today. The atmosphere is electric. So many stars on show, and everyone is excited and ready for this one. Join us for all the action next on EA TV.
Well, hello to you from Bilbao and the Estadio San Mamés. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Athletic Bilbao, and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, thanks, guys. Great to be here. I think it's going to be a really good game today. Both teams will be well up for it, so hopefully we're in for a treat.
This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez as fullbacks. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Gonna try his luck. Going for the blast on goal there, but accuracy has been sacrificed for power. Could get it over now. Oh, great work. What's next? Under a little bit of pressure, he's managed to put it wide.
Well, he just can't get away from his marker for a clean header. That's top defending.
Vinicius Junior. Now Tchouameni. Vinicius Junior. And that has stopped any potential danger. Well, it's no surprise to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Well, it's just how good he is on the ball, the way he glides past players. He can go on the inside or the outside, and then he's got great end product. He's so creative. I just can't wait to watch him today.
Very, very close, but hit too hard to get the bend that was needed to score. Bellingham. Ferland Mendy. Onto Valverde. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Looking to put the cross in. This for the lead. And the first blow is delivered. 1-0. Rudiger. Onto Bellingham. Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Trying his luck from range here. Well, he really wound that up, and he was very close to scoring.
So unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his rewards.
And that's offside. So close to getting in to score. Fine margins. Valverde. Now Bellingham. Trying his luck. And it's in! End-to-end stuff here. The lead lasting mere minutes. And we're all level again. Meshiche. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. What can they do from here? The crowd urging him to shoot. Tchouameni. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Valverde. Now Bellingham. Federico Valverde. Real moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Aurelian Chouameni. Now Bellingham. Jude Bellingham. Aurelian Chouameni. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. But ultimately, not going anywhere with it. Jude Bellingham. Bellingham. Real pushing forward with options available. Working hard to win it back there. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Jude Bellingham. That's a free kick. You couldn't choose many better spots for one. And it's been kept out, and pretty well too. Wasn't a bad effort. It's a corner, and possibly the chance for Real to go in front. And that brings the... So the second half kicks off. Shishe. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Well, that's as easy as it gets for a goalkeeper. So much given away as cleverly won. Williams. De Galarreta. Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. Valverde. Bellingham. Bellingham. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Well, he's certainly been influential in the
looks like there could be an opening here.
Stopped by some really astute defending. Federico Valverde. Valverde. Jude Bellingham. Now Vasquez. On to Valverde. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Beaten easily here. Williams. Oh, chance here. Went for it, and it wasn't a bad try. It's been hammered just wide. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Aurelian Chouameni. Vivian. Sanchez. Williams. Chance to deliver into the box. And he's won the ball to stop the goal. Jude Bellingham. Real Madrid trying to get things moving. And he'll take this on. Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. Now Vasquez. They've given it away here. Nico Williams. And it's on now. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. Rudiger. Into Valverde. Bellingham. Oh, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Yet to find a way to goal. Bellingham. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. There's a chance for the breakaway here. They couldn't quite take advantage in the end. Bellingham. Onto Rodrigo. Rodrigo. Onto Bellingham. Valverde. And a great stop to turn the ball away. That's not a bad-looking ball. And away from danger it goes. Vinicius Junior. Untidy in possession there. That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Bellingham. There could be a chance to win the game here. And that's a fine save. And it's still level.
Oh, that's such an important save at a vital time. And if they get a result here, they'll have the keeper to thank.
And superb technique to get past his man. But that's a really good recovery to win the ball. And the referee blows.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the... Hello to you wherever you are. A warm welcome to one of the great football cities, Madrid, and a fine football venue, the Metropolitano. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry, and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Atletico Madrid, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
De Marcos. Speculative effort. Really have to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
And this is how Atletico will line up. Jan Oblak gets the nod in goal. Clément Lenglet plays with José María Jiménez in the centre of defence. And they're going with two strikers. Julián Álvarez plays alongside Antoine Griezmann. Griezmann! Thwarted by the post. Well, able to survive that attacking push. And a throw in for Athletic. Williams. Ruiz de Galarreta. Keeping it moving dynamically. And it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Athletic sloppy in possession here. Rodrigo de Paul. Here's Alvarez. He takes aim. Well, it might still work out for them. And in the end, no damage done.
Well, Atletico can't believe they're not leading. But what a save that was. He's just kept his team on level terms here.
Happy to shoot. Oh, a tremendous block. And the danger is still there. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. Griezmann. Lino. Here's Alvarez. Griezmann with it! Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. Played in by Griezmann. Well, it still could be dangerous. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Not much defensive cover there on the flank. And an effective clearance. Well, this could really help the cause. Good effort here. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And a corner for Atletico. Wasn't a great clearance. Well, they can bring it out now. Ruiz de Galarreta. Yuri Berchiche. Sunset. Really favours this position. Yuri Berchiche. And Athletic Club will get the throw-in. Sunset. Crossed into the penalty area. And fine goalkeeping. Griezmann. Here's Alvarez. Really getting stuck in. That's a high-quality pass. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Superb effort to keep it in.
Well, they might be piling on the pressure, but they've got to make it count in those situations, that's for sure.
He's got to have a go here. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. And taking it away. Sunset. And it's played into the centre. And he's been ruled offside.
Well, the stats confirm it. Bilbao have been the more dominant team over the last 15 minutes and have looked great going forward. They just need to take one of the chances they've created to get themselves ahead today.
Now can they win back possession and carve out another chance for themselves? Credit to them for winning back possession. Sunset. Individual brilliance. Taking care of business defensively here. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. De Marcos. This looks promising. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And so it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Longley. Rodrigo de Paul. Teammates available. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Griezmann. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Decent looking pass. And they'll regard that as a very disappointing end to the move. Pressing like that will help the cause. Lino. Could be threatening. Well, showing a willingness at least to take it on.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was the right option. It's way off target as well.
Ruiz de Galarreta. Sunset. And playing it through. No degree of difficulty at all for the keeper. Griezmann through ball. And he thwarted the attack with a masterful tackle. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. Can he put them in front? And threading it through. Oh, but he's done brilliantly to cut it out. Well, we're into the final half hour. Rodrigo de Paul. Well, no way through. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Can he convert? And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Whipped in by Griezmann. Huge block. Effective challenge. Williams, and swiftly ending that attack. Longley. Well, they have the ball once more. Sunset. On to Williams. Strong hand on that one.
Well, you can't argue with those stats, can you? They've had good chances at both ends. The game is being played with great intensity, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
Breaking at pace. Defenders need to cover. Long way out this. 15 minutes left for play. De Paul. And he takes it away. Williams. Ruiz de Galarreta. A move of promise. Is it going to end with them scoring the winning goal? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Rodrigo de Paul. Now Griezmann. And Atletico get the advantage from the referee. Well, he's retrospectively awarded the free kick, having let it flow initially.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can Atletico find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Williams. Crossing opportunity. Well, the header needed to be a lot better than that. Didn't really make the keeper work. Lino. He read it well defensively. Ruiz de Galarreta. That's a lovely ball. Atletico have given us away. Can they grab the lead late on? A really effective shielding under pressure. Nico Williams. Oh, it's off the post! It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. There we have it. The 90 minutes are over.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Thank you for joining us at the Bernabeu, the home of Real Madrid, for the latest instalment of a city rivalry that's been going since the start of the last century. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Sue Smith on El Derby, Real versus Atletico.
I can't wait for this one, Guy. You've got two really strong sides, lots of quality on show. Real Madrid may have the larger fan base, but the Atletico fans, they're certainly making themselves heard. This should be a great game.
Work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. Over it comes. Saved and held onto as well. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurelien Tchouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappe. Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. And in attack, Antoine Griezmann plays alongside Julian Alvarez. Griezmann. Now Tchouameni. Rodrigo. Bellingham. On to Valverde. This is lovely football, moving. Real opportunity. And he's done really well to keep that out. Longley. Marcos Llorente. Atletico pushing forward with options available. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Rudiger. On to Mendy. Oh, yes, please. There aren't many who'd even try that. What a chance! He's glanced at the pitch there, but only himself to blame, really, for a blaze that's missed. Aurelien Tchouameni. Mbappe. Rodrigo. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Vinicius Junior. Rodrigo, down nicely and in. And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken. Marcos Llorente. That's how to clear it. That's good defending. And the gap closed again. Behind it goes for a corner kick. Here it comes. And it's cleared away from goal. Griezmann. Hole. Passing and the movement is good here. To square things up. Great defending. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Beautifully weighted ball. Great chance here. goal. That's a top stop. Rudiger. Now Bellingham. Valverde. Now Vasquez. Julian Alvarez. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't. Well, Real Madrid have had limited possession, but when they have had it, they've looked dangerous. They won't mind their opponents having the ball if they're not hurting them.
Some might have given that, but on we go. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Alvarez. Beaten easily here. And a corner could present Atletico Madrid with the chance to draw level. Only halfway clear. Well, a promising attack, but unable to take advantage. And that's going to be all for the first half. The second half underway, and although Real Madrid lead, that could quite easily change. Jude Bellingham. Mbappe. Gala. Little careless there as the ball changes hands. Lucas Vasquez. Kylian Mbappe. Now Vasquez. Real Madrid regaining possession. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Delivered into the box. The defence does its work. Alvarez. Promising position, this. It's to level it. Vasquez. This has to be. It's there, and it's a goal. That's a real settler for them. 2 in front now. Rodrigo de Paul. Samuel Lino. Now long left. Keeping it nicely here. Galan. Locked for now. Alvarez. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. And he'll take this on. Well, it turned out to be fairly routine for the keeper. He'll happily collect that. Ferland Mendy. Vinicius Junior. Kylian Mbappe. Beaten his man here. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. Griezmann. Chance here. It's a miss, but it was a good try.
It was a good try. It's not a bad attempt, that, and you just feel if they can get a goal, they're right back into this game.
Kylian Mbappe. They're not getting close enough here. Galan. Jimenez. Onto De Paul. And the forward progress continues. to be better on the ball than that. Atletico moving the ball forward with purpose. And this could be. And the shot thwarted. Corner kick played in. Only half the job done there. Reduce the deficit. And that has stopped any potential danger. Rodrigo. On to Bellingham. Nice and easy this, just staying patient, but ultimately not going anywhere with it. Jude Bellingham. There's a chance for the breakaway here. And that might have ended up being better than it has. Good defending to end a decent-looking attack. Chouameni. Jude Bellingham. On to Valverde. Genuine chance. Kept out, but for how long? Chance now. Valverde, and a marvellous save.
Well, he just shows great reflexes and agility to keep that out. It's a top-class save.
Picked out nicely. Samuel Lino. In the right position to cut out the pass. Mbappe, and it's opened up! And that's a decent save, at least certainly made to look that way. It's put into the middle. Well, he couldn't have done much more with the ball in. It beat the lot. And that'll be the keeper's ball, the attack just fizzling out in the end. Marcos Llorente. Griezmann now. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. There we are, full time here.
tension is palpable, and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to face each other, and it's anyone's guess how. It's very much a temple of football, the Santiago Bernabeu, right here in the Spanish capital, Madrid. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Real Madrid, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
Tremendous block. Now sending it in. Clearance left a bit to be desired. And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. Jude Bellingham. And Valverde. Really inventive stuff from Real here. Simple catch, really. Yuri Bertice. This attack looks highly promising. Nico Williams. Oh, yes! He's going to be proud of that moment. What purity of strike. Caught it absolutely perfectly. Rudiger. And Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. And now Rodrigo. Outrageously skillful. Jude Bellingham. Well, that ball looks promising. He'll have a go here. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Bertice. Referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Nico Williams. And he's hit it with authority! Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Mendy. Athletic Club regaining possession. Mendy. Mbappe with it. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. That's a useful cross. And clears his lines. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Clear to see who got the last touch. So a throw-in it'll be. Kylian Mbappe. Oh, he looks threatening. And credit to him for the recovery. Yuri Bertice. Rudiger has it. Mendy. Chouameni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Rodrigo. Oh, that's a really good run. What a save. What to like about that pass? And hit with ferocity! Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. Moving the ball forward with purpose. Benfica. And he takes on the shot. Oh, narrowly wide. So unlucky. So getting close to the half-time interval, and it's going with home advantage, albeit not by a lot. Stuart, what have you made of what you've seen so far?
Well, I think they're fortunate to be ahead. They've certainly had to do a lot of defending, but if they can keep their concentration, it's a good lead to take into the break.
Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? That's a routine take. Well, wasn't totally in control, and a corner kick conceded here.
Well, just listen to the fans. They know this is a big chance here.
And the problem not completely solved. Bellingham. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Sunset. Williams. And that is that. So the ball rolling again, second half underway. Will Real be able to up their game? Bellingham. Mbappe with it. Oh, good vision there. Rudiger. Mendy has it. On the ball, Rudiger. Valverde. Good defending. Williams. A long way out. Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
And Athletic did well to win back possession. Williams. Sunset. Now, let's see what they can do here. Under real pressure defensively. Will they pay the price? Oh, it was close, but he's put it over. Mendy. And passing it well. Yuri Berchiche. It's with Williams. And we saw the situation developing. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Has eyes for goal! Body in the way. And a play for an Athletic Club throw-in. Crossing opportunity. Good vision defending. Gatice. Valverde.
Well, those stats tell us everything. Bilbao controlled the last 15 minutes of play, and their passing patterns have created numerous chances. They surely must extend their lead soon.
Mbappe. And Real's creative tendencies coming to the fore. Surely the equaliser. Great defending. Valverde. Once again. Sunset. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Keeping the ball moving. Well, a classic example of how to intercept.
Well, the noise these Real fans are making is incredible. The players just need to respond with a goal now.
Determined defending. Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. Didn't have the trajectory necessary to get it beyond the wall. Under pressure, doesn't seem to be bothering him. Oh, but they've lost it now. Lucas Vazquez. Moving the ball nicely, trying to carve out the equaliser. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Oh, chance perhaps. What a commitment to defending. Really nice ball. They need to get tighter, and let's give credit to the defending.
Well, I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game, but there's still time to find that equaliser. And you have to say the crowd have been brilliant. They're still driving the team on.
Throw in here for Athletic. Ruiz de Galarreta. 10 minutes left for play. Williams. Moving the ball forward. How creative can they be? Can they hit on the break? Well, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. Jude Bellingham. And Valverde. Keeper was never likely to be in trouble then. Williams. Belchiche. A very timely interception. Mbappe. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Nico Williams. Well, there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. He continues his run, firing it towards goal! And so the final whistle. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly... Well, it's always a great pleasure to bring you matches from this venue, the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Spanish top flight, La Liga. It's Athletic Bilbao against Atletico Madrid.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
That's a routine take. Well, that's one the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. Yuri Berchiche starts with De Marcos in the fullback positions. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. This is the starting lineup for Atletico. Jan Oblak stands between the posts. Jose Maria Jimenez plays alongside Clément Lenglet in central defence. And they're going with two strikers. Julian Alvarez plays. And there we go! It is the ideal opening. And the ball is moving once more. How important will that opening goal prove to be? De Marcos. It's with Williams. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business, but nothing comes of it. Griezmann. Advantage Atletico. Well, a meaty challenge early in this game. Will the referee reach for her pocket? Struggling to hold on to the ball. Atletico with the ball once more. And support available. He's going to have a go here. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Sunset. Williams. And space to cross it. Still trying to make something happen. Berchiche. Atletico have it once again. Javi Galan. Takes aim! And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Griezmann tasked with taking the corner. Well, the header needed to be a lot better than that. Didn't really make the keeper work. Sunset. Williams. Can he finish? Oh, fine stop. Who's going to get on the end of it? Clearance left a bit to be desired. Magnificent challenge to win it back. From one side of the pitch to the other. Griezmann. Griezmann with it. Able to get a body in the way. Corner to Atletico, and a chance for them to make it look even better. And a goal it is! Such a big moment for Atletico Madrid, who are well on course for success. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Griezmann. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Williams. And good work from Atletico to win the ball back. Alvarez. Griezmann. And perhaps Griezmann. And the referee doesn't hesitate. That is a spot kick. An opportunity for 3-0. And a goal! He was composure personified, and he's done his job from the spot. Vivian. De Marcos. It's with Williams. Nico Williams. Oh, surely! Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. And on the back of that particular challenge, will the referee let the matter rest there? And yellow it is. A booking.
Yeah, he was too impatient to win the ball and probably deserved a yellow card.
Alvarez. Samuel Lino. Here's Alvarez. It's looking promising. Oh, that is a superb save. And he's fired over the corner. Well, nothing comes of it. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
Room to manoeuvre on the wing. And a fine cross. Well, there we have it, the first half story. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Yuri Berchiche. Sunset. Berchiche with it. Well, time just challenged magnificently. Promising pass. He'll have a go here. Oh, tremendous goal! Technical excellence to finish that one off. Wonderful to have that in your repertoire. Nico Williams. Plenty of support here. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Lino. Well, great read there to intercept. Oh, the threat is there. Well, in the final analysis, it was good defending. Williams. Oh, yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Marcos Llorente. Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Samuel Lino. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And into the last 30 minutes now. Cutting it back. Aware of the threat, solving the problem. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Well, fantastic reflex action. And he has options available. Will it open up? Perfectly positioned to take it away. Williams. Played into the centre. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Alvarez. Failure to keep the ball by Atletico. Sunset. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. There's so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Griezmann takes it on. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out the danger. Over it comes. In a good position to clear it away.
Well, the stats don't lie. It's been all Atletico Madrid so far, and it seems only a matter of time before they do get another one.
And would you know it, another potential opening developing here. He brings it down, but work to do. And denied by the post. Well, time for calm on the ball. Luis de Galarreta. Sunset. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Good idea. A goal here, giving his team precisely what they were looking for. Now he deserves to celebrate it. Longlace. De Paul. Could be threatening. Griezmann. And a useful cross. Taking care of business defensively here. Now, options are plenty. Well, there's a really stylish piece of running. Williams. And swiftly ending that attack. Samuel Lino. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Oh, this is looking promising. Ready to fire. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Atletico's corner. Well, it has come to nothing. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Can they use their pace? De Marcos pulls it back. Oh, that's a fine save. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Well, conceding the throw-in. Good challenge. Griezmann. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. And the referee blows for full time. It goes into the... It's always a game of real meaning here in the Spanish capital. A derby to truly savour. Stay tuned, we'll bring you every kick of the ball live from the Metropolitano as Atletico face Real Madrid. It is a derby rivalry here in Madrid that goes all the way back to 1906. Atletico against Real. Can't wait for this one. I'm Derek Ray, and alongside me, ready to provide expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. This ought to be special, Stuart.
Well, this is a great derby, particularly in recent years. Let's hope we get a good game here between two excellent teams playing at their very best.
Players waiting in the centre. And quick thinking defensively. And here are the starters for Atletico. Jan Oblak gets the nod in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez plays alongside Clément Lenglet in central defence. And they're going with two strikers. Julian Alvarez plays alongside Antoine Griezmann. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Ferland Mendy starts with Lucas Vázquez in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And lining up through the middle in attack today is Kylian Mbappe. Well, not quite the result he was hoping for with that shot. Close though. Mendy. Jude Bellingham. Lucas Vázquez. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Mendy has it. Tchouaméni. Atletico recovering possession well. Federico Valverde. Well, constantly giving the ball away isn't going to help matters. Lino. Javi Galán. Tchouaméni. Well, they need to get tighter here. Will he play it in? Just the challenge that was required. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Lucas Vázquez. And Bellingham. Well-timed tackle. Griezmann. Gives it a go. Able to get his body in the way. And support available. Oh, he'll take it on. Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort.
Federico Valverde. Mendy. Here's Mbappe. Atletico regaining possession. Lino. Atletico might be able to cash in here. Rodrigo de Paul. Interception to snuff out the danger. And defensive play to be applauded. And over the byline it goes. So a goal kick coming up here. Vinicius Junior. Tchouaméni. Atletico regaining possession here. Griezmann. He could pick out a teammate. Makes the move to the inside. Really important tackle. Mendy. Mbappe. Decent position for Atletico to find themselves in, but quick thinking defensively. Alvarez. Rodrigo. And threading it through. But how well he did to cut that one out. Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. And Real doing well to win it back. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Mbappe. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And he has options available. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that. Brilliant goal. Jimenez. Marcos Llorente. Now Griezmann. And the whistle is... Into the second half then, and it's going to be fascinating to see whether or not Atletico can turn this game on its head. Marcos Llorente. Now Jimenez. Rodrigo de Paul. Here's Alvarez. Well, this is looking promising. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Not the best clearance. And I think the less said about that effort, the better.
But I'm going to say something about it. It's not a good strike. A lack of composure and technique on that occasion. Well, Athletic can't believe they're not level here, but they are looking dangerous at the moment.
Yes, in possession again, and maybe another opportunity developing here. Griezmann. Oh, to level the match. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Foiling his opponent completely. Clearly took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. De Paul. Griezmann. Really good attacking play. And they've done it! A goal for Atletico, who now are level. Rudiger. Mendy has it. Lucas Vazquez. Bellingham. Here's Mbappe. And that's great work to keep it in play. Lucas Vazquez. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Tackle taken away. Rodrigo de Paul. Very effective pass. Just fractionally wide. Good strike. Lucas Vazquez. Bad place to lose the ball. Could be. And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day in superb scoring form. Chouameni. Kylian Mbappe. Valverde. Possession one. Aurelien Chouameni. Now with Bellingham. So plenty of forward momentum from Real Madrid here. Samuel Lino. That's how to do it inside your own penalty area. And into the last 20 minutes. Valverde. Mbappe. Promising pass. Oh, disappointing clearance. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Vinicius Junior. Oh, good vision. And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. Griezmann. Over the touchline for what will be a Real Madrid throw. Aurelien Tchouameni. Here's Mbappe. Mendy. Electing to cross into the centre. Determined defending. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Griezmann. Just 10 minutes to go. Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. Real Madrid regaining possession. A real opening now. Oh, it was there for him, but unable to find the target.
Well, he certainly went for power, but the accuracy just wasn't there. He should have scored that.
Griezmann. There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left, and the margin just 1. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay.
Well, the Atletico fans are making so much noise here. The atmosphere is incredible. Surely this must be inspiring those players to hold on.
Rodrigo. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Longley. Rodrigo de Paul. Now Griezmann. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have 1 additional minute. Beautifully weighted ball. What an important piece of defending. And the referee brings us back.
There have been days of eager anticipation prior to this massive clash, but now we need talk about it no more, and instead focus on the here and now. A match that has the capacity to delight.
Hello and thanks for joining us live here on EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with the former England forward Sue Smith, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. Sue, what are we going to get from this one?
Yeah, cheers, Guy. It's great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off, though, and they start quickly. But I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Evan Ndika plays alongside Gianluca Mancini as the centre-backs. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And they've decided to go with two in attack for this game. Moving the ball forward, what can they do with this? But that's cut out quickly and easily. Off the defender, and a corner to come. Ball comes in, and just a little too high.
The corner's worked well. It's a good delivery into a nice area. He loses his marker, but just lacks that clinical finish.
Heze. The defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here, Sue?
Yeah, it's his ability on the ball for me. I know it's a cliche, but it's almost as if he's got it on a string at times. He's just able to manipulate it so well, work within those tight spaces, and then can pick out the right pass or get his shot off. I'm really looking forward to watching him today.
Looking to put the cross in. And that's arrived just where the goalkeeper wanted it to go. Cristante. Can someone attack this? Well, any chance has gone for now. Gelson Martins. Blocked for now. Paredes. He's hit that well. Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Heze. Martins. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Brian Cristante. Guadio Manucone. Angelino. Ball taken away from them. Heze. Allowed to go a long way with this. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Shomurodov. Gelson Martins. Oh, a great chance. Gelson Martins. It's a corner, and a chance maybe to go in front. They decide against putting it into the box. Decent chance this. Very well kept out, alert and ready. And there's the whistle. It's a penalty. Make it 1-0. And he does the job from the spot. 1-0 as the game restarts. Celik. Benfica. Kone. Ryan Cristante. Guadio Manu Kone. No way through with that. Terrific block again. Oh, that's not properly away. Well, spectacular in the intent, less so in the execution.
Yeah, it's always a risk. He can end up looking a little bit silly if it doesn't come off. He's having a quick chuckle to himself. He knows.
Santiago Heze. Working hard to win it back there. Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. Angelino. Now Leandro Paredes. Gets past really nicely. A chance to draw level from this corner, perhaps.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit, but can they find the equaliser? It's a big opportunity, this.
Chiquinho. Ayoub El Kaabi. And possession given away. It's on for the shot! And that whistle. And so the second half kicks off. Gelson Martins. Heze. That line of attack is stopped. Ryan Cristante. Kone. Now Leandro Paredes. Paredes. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Saved and held on to as well. Heze. Francisco Ortega. Santiago Heze. Good work to recover possession. Stopped straight away. And the threat has gone with the keeper in control. Chiquinho. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's played well, and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
And the shot thwarted. Angelino. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Kone. Ryan Cristante. Nice possession. Can they get a chance to equalise? Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. And unable to retain possession. Gelson Martins. Martins. This is a promising-looking attack. Can he finish? Still problems for them here. Oh, great block. A corner to come then, and an opportunity to extend this lead. Another goal, and it's one that tightens their grip on this game. So away we go again at 2-0 now. Paredes. Angelino. Leandro Paredes. And they need to be better on the ball than that. And a cross into the area. But the keeper had watched it all the way. Nicely weighted crossfield ball. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. And that effort has failed to trouble the goalkeeper. Kone. Eldor Shomorodov. Now Leandro Paredes. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. El Khabi. Now Angelino. Allowed to go a long way with this. But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Have a go here. Bit sloppy in possession. And a little bit of care in possession wouldn't go amiss here. Takes it on. The counter looks on here. Options available. What a chance. Ortega. Gelson Martins. Well, speculative effort. Very, very close. But it was rising from the moment it was struck. Working hard to win it back there. Goes for goal. It's a miss, but it was a good try.
It was a good try. It's not a bad attempt, that, and you just feel if they can get a goal, they're right back into this game.
Martins. It's got to be special from there. And there's the final whistle.
Building to a crescendo all week and very short. And welcome everyone to England's Northwest. The action soon to get underway here at Old Trafford. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
The lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Harry Maguire plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. So the corner played into the box. And did his job defensively. Kone. Dovbyk. Well-timed tackle. Now, who can he play it to? Brian Cristante. Eldor Shomurodov. What a block! Who can they pick out? And putting pay to the danger. Højlund. And Roma with the ball once more. Artem Dovbyk. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? Rasmus Højlund. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. And passing it through. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Plenty of support here. It didn't go to plan in the end. Angelino. Sadio Kone. Wasteful again in possession. Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. And the ball back with United. Committed challenge. Paredes. Sadio Kone. Here's Cristante. And threading it through. This looks promising. That is how to keep it out of the net. Well, the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? Just cleared away in the nick of time. Good ball to switch the play. Decent looking pass. And going for goal. Simple catch, really. Not the pass he had in mind. Well, he's certainly not alone. Artem Dovbyk. Plenty of running room in the wide position. Really important piece of last-ditch defending. Rasmus Højlund. It's with Ndika. Kone. Here's Cristante. Shomurodov. A bit wasteful in possession from Roma. Advantage Manchester United. Well, trying to let them continue, but now he's gone back and awarded the free kick. And it's played into the centre. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
Brian Cristante. And a tidy challenge. And there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Second half here at Old Trafford has commenced. Milas Vilar. Ndika. It's with Paredes. Kone. Good work to win the ball back by United. Kone. Paredes. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Can he find the right pass? Can they jump in front? What a commitment to defending.
Well, just listen to these fans. They're urging their team to score here and take the lead.
United come away with it. It is to be a throw-in. Well, far from the ideal cross. Keeper's ball all the way. Brian Cristante. Dovbik. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Højlund. Went in strongly to win the ball. Kone. Oh, big chance! And a goal! That will do it! They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. And a throw in here for United. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Opportunity maybe for United here. Christian Eriksen now. Eriksen. Can they square the game? Frantic action from one end to the other. They weren't ahead for long. And this match is level again. Paredes. Options in the middle. Paredes. Dogby. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Decent position. Oh, he could be in trouble. Both managers deciding this is the time to change things around. Both teams going to the bench. Well, he decided to take it on. How close it was.
Well, I thought that was coming into the box. It takes a lot of confidence to try that. Not rewarded on this occasion, though.
Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Decent position this for United to find themselves in. The delivery. Ndika. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Now, options are plenty, but really sticking to their task defensively. Artem Dovbyk. And given the situation, a goal at this stage might well turn out to be a winner. Is it going to be? Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Nusayr Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now. Well, it comes down to the final 5 minutes. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here, but quick thinking defensively.
Well, not long left now, but these United fans are driving their team on to get this equaliser. I'm sure they get one more big chance before the end. Time's not on their side, though.
Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Advantage, Manchester United. Well, he's retrospectively awarded the free kick, having let it flow initially. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Manchester United know they've got to get... And the referee blows for full time. The big head... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype, and a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and ready to provide expert analysis alongside me is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. What do you anticipate seeing, Stuart?
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
The initial 11 today for the hosts.
Well, although it's down as a 4-5-1, it's more likely to be three players in behind the main centre-forward, and those three are key to this team's creativity.
And nicely struck. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Well, Manchester United have chosen this particular shape. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Noussair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire in central defence. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Rasmus Højlund. Really good build-up, but no end product. El Kabi trying to open them up. He's found a bit of daylight. Oh, that is a moment of pure quality. A goal for football lovers to enjoy the world over. Christian Eriksen now. Rasmus Højlund. Now De Ligt, and very deftly cut out. Nice weight on the pass. Oh, but there's defensive diligence for you when things look dangerous. Gelson Martins. Chance to play it in. So deflection, and they can get ready for the corner kick routine. Well, when they go in, it looks spectacular. When they don't go in, you know the rest.
Yeah, it's a difficult bit of skill, and on this occasion, he got it all wrong.
Bruno Fernandes has it. Decides to shoot. He's blocked it. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Teammates available. They need to stop him. Possession lost. Mazraoui. Christian Eriksen now. It's a fine United move in the making, but they took care of the situation defensively. Bruno Fernandes has it. He continues his run. At times they make passing look easy. And effectively parried away by the keeper. David Carmo. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Bruno Fernandes has it. And great work to confuse the defender, but no damage done. That's the main thing. So almost at half-time, and they are making good use of home advantage. Still a bit of work to do, though. Stuart, your thoughts on what you've seen?
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. But any drop in tempo, and this lead could easily slip away.
Gelson Martins. Oh, they've lost it. And United regaining possession here. Christian Eriksen now. More than decent this from United. Has eyes for goal! But the keeper takes charge, and it was pretty straightforward. Gelson Martins. Ortega. Good use of the ball as they look to extend their lead. Able to skip past his man. And the upshot of that is offside.
Well, he needed to look elsewhere because the flag was always going to go up.
And there it is. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Ortega. In possession, Panayotis Retsos. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Untidy in possession. Nusayr Mazraoui. Bruno Fernandes has it. He's managed to lose his marker. But fair play, that goes down as a very good recovery. Determined defending. Ayoub El-Kadi. Christian Eriksen now. Retaining possession proving difficult. Gelson Martins. Ortega. El-Kadi. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Well, Gelson Martins did catch the eye in the first half. Sum it up for us. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Trying to pick out a teammate. Oh, disappointing clearance. This looks promising. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. De Ligt. United might be able to cash in. This could square the game, but the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really he should have taken that. But let's give credit to the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
El-Kadi. Ortega on the ball. And United have it back. Manuel Ugarte. Encouraging stuff from United. Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. He takes aim. Huge block. 20 minutes to go. Gelson Martins. And he stopped them in their tracks. Rasmus Højlund. Gelson Martins. El Kabi. Wanted to keep it but couldn't. Højlund. Bruno Fernandes has it. Well, that one has promise. Oh, blocked it! Chiquinho. Here's Gelson Martins. And he's won the ball. Rasmus Højlund. Manchester United trailing in this game, but a corner could help bring them level. Mazraoui. Can they square the game? Well, they're still trailing, and time is against them.
Well, it was a big chance and a big miss. That should have been the equaliser. Not long left now.
Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. Clean challenge. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. And no luck keeping possession. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go, and just one goal between them. Chiquinho. Went in strongly to win the ball. Time is against Manchester United. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. That will be a United throw.
Well, that might have been United's last chance, but they've been thwarted by a really good save there. It's just not been their day, has it?
Well, unlucky perhaps to be denied, but they've now got to think about defending. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Firing it towards goal. Real defensive resilience. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. And it was turned out, so a throw-in will be next. And there it is, the final win. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. What might we see today, Stuart?
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
And they kick off here. The lineup then for the hosts.
Well, it's certainly a back four, but I think we'll see a lot of rotation in midfield. They just need to have a good understanding about when to support the front player and when to drop that little bit deeper. It certainly looks like a 4-5-1 to me.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And the story in attack is one of a strike partnership. Guadio Kone. Now can they make something happen? Oh, from miles out, he's done it! How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique! Wondrous! Retsos. Chiquinho. Read it well. Good ball to switch the play. Gelson Martins. And possibilities here. And that's very intelligent play to win back possession. Guadio Kone. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. Ortega. He continues his run. Gelson Martins. Able to block it. Targets available, cross comes in. Cleared away comprehensively. Teammates in the middle. Crucial piece of defending. Chiquinho. Not what he was intending, bad pass. Brian Cristante. And a tidy challenge. Artem Dovbyk. Kone. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. And a goal! They've added to the lead. Much needed security. David Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. David Carmo. Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. There's still danger here. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence.
Well, credit to the goalkeeper, because that was a terrific save, just to keep their 2-goal lead here.
And keeping the ball out of their own net can lift confidence throughout the side. Using space on the opposite flank now. Ortega. Can they get in behind them? Nicely timed tackle. It's a well-struck pass. Determined defending. Dogbik. Straightforward piece of goalkeeping. Coutinho. The switch of play now. Plenty of support here. What to like about that pass? Guadio Kone. It's with Paredes. Eldor Shomurodov. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
And so it is. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Shomurodov. Dogbik. He's got to have a go here. Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Coutinho. And losing possession. Will he play it in? And it's played into the centre. And clears the danger. Has eyes for goal! Fine goalkeeping to push that away. And a corner kick, the referee's verdict. Over it comes. And dealing with the danger. Well, the cross that time completely overcooked. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Crossed into the penalty area. Oh, really good header. Really fine goalkeeping. Guadio Kone. Did well to win the ball back. Gelson Martins. An attack full of promise. And they could eat into the lead. A goal! And it's very much game on here. Milas Vilar. Mancini. Here's Cristante. Paredes. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. chipping away. Paredes. And the emphasis is on creativity. Paredes. Kone. Here's Cristante. He has time to play it over. Great defending. An effective challenge. Guadio Kone. Artem Dovbyk. Chiquinho. Roma recovering possession well. In a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Good distribution. Well, they couldn't keep it. David Carmo. Chiquinho. Very quick thinking there. Oh, the perfect ball now. How about this? And a fine stop. Delivering it. And swept out of there. Using space on the opposite flank now. Distributing it well. Cleared away comprehensively. Well, into an attacking position. It's not too late for them. Simple pitch, really. High pressing and good high pressing. And support available. Oh, he's gone for goal. Still possibilities. Well, just fractionally wide. Good strike. Paredes. And now with Angelino. Fruitful looking attack. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence.
Well, it hasn't been a great performance, but the fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
Gelson Martins. Well, they're attacking, but time is the great enemy. What a magical save it was! Time is not on the side. This corner could help their prospects as they look for an equaliser. And there goes the final whistle.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90...
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Roma and they take on Manchester United.
Well, thanks as always, Guy. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been buzzing ahead of kick-off. Let's hope the football lives up to the atmosphere.
Here's the Roma team sheet. Evan Ndicka plays alongside Gianluca Mancini as the centre-backs. Brian Cristante plays alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield, and they're playing with two strikers in attack. Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Noussair Mazraoui plays alongside Harry Maguire as the centre-backs, and they're playing with just one up front. Trying to force a mistake. Bruno Fernandes. Lovely ball, could be a chance. Decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. Oh, could be a chance here. Well, it's no surprise to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Well, he's got everything, hasn't he? But what I think could be key today is that ability to deliver the ball from wide areas. It's certainly going to be a tactic that they can use to create those opportunities throughout the game.
Options available in the middle. Well, ambitious effort. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Behind it goes, United corner. That has stopped any potential danger. And easily back to the keeper. Ndicka. Brian Cristante. Bit sloppy in possession. Christian Eriksen. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. That's a good ball. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Cristante. Kone. Now Angelino. United with the ball again. Fernandes. Free kick given, and this is the sort of area you want it given. Oh, what a fantastic try. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, it is. He hits this well, he beats the wall, just can't beat the post. Really unlucky.
Giving it away here. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen. Struggling to keep the ball there. Eldor Shomorodov. Kone. Deliver into the box. Oh, a great chance. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike. A superb volley. Manuel Ugarte. A little sloppy on the ball there. Zeki Celik. An attack of genuine promise now. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw. Paredes. Cristante. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. They're being afforded too much space here. And that took a deflection. Corner now. Over it comes. Goodness, not a single touch on that. And it's gone over the byline, so a goal kick on the way. Christian Eriksen. Manuel Ugarte. Fernandez. That's not a bad-looking ball. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. That's excellent. In to cut out the danger. And the referee's... Off we go, the second half underway. Brian Cristante. Celik. In the right position to cut out the pass. Nusayr Mazraoui. Zeki Celik. Really good pass. Put into the middle. What can he do with it? And that's not a bad save at all. Leandro Paredes. A lot of room for them here. Surely needs attacking. Well, that's how to clear it. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Well, it's it.
Oh, top-quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. They decide against putting it into the box. Having a try. Still a chance off the keeper. And the keeper able to hold on to it at the second attempt.
Well, you can sense the relief. It's a fantastic initial save, though.
Leandro Paredes plays it into the area now. And that one goes out and away. Eriksen. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. And superb technique to get past his man. But that's excellent work to come and take the ball away. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Plenty of space to attack now. United recovering possession well. Eriksson. Brilliantly anticipated. That was looking really dangerous. Zeki Celik. And possession given away. Ugarte. Fantastic looking ball. Brilliant attempt. It very nearly went in.
Oh, that's a great volley. Catches it sweet. Doesn't miss by much.
Just unable to keep it in play in the end. It'll be a throw-in. Shomorodov. There's a good amount of freedom here. Good cross into the middle. And just out of reach. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Christian Eriksen. That's a good ball. Can he finish? Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. And they've got it back now. Kone. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Manuel Ugarte. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Oh, it's in! Back from the brink with a timely equaliser. 1-1 then as we get started again. Evan Ndika. Celik. Ndika. On to Angelino. Evan Ndika. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Good work to regain possession. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Need to be better on the ball than that. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. It's all over as the ref blows for full time.
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture.
We're at the magnificent venue that is Old Trafford, Manchester. I'm Guy Mowbray and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we should have a cracking contest here. How do you see this one going, Sue?
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them their final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
Here's how Manchester United line up. Andre Onana is in goal. Matthijs de Ligt starts alongside Harry Maguire as the centre-backs, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. This is how the visitors start the game.
Yeah, it's a 3-4-2-1, and this is quite a narrow formation, so it's key that the two wing-backs provide the width. The front three, I'm sure they'll combine in attack, and maybe another midfielder join in as well.
Chiquinho. Santiago Heze. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Just trying his luck here. Well, he caught that with everything he's got, but it's missed the target. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Ayoub El Kaabi. Someone needs to get onto that. Not the end to the move they were looking for. Eriksson. Eriksson. To power it in. That's flown wide, absolutely flown. Gelson Martins. Santiago Heze. Decent chance this. Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled over the bar. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't.
Ayoub El Kaabi. Santiago Heze. They're not getting close enough here. And the substitute has made the difference here. On to give them the lead. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Christian Eriksen. This is a lovely spell of possession. And good work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. Manchester United down by one and looking for inspiration from this corner. They decide against putting it in. It might still happen. And the keeper able to hold on to it at the second attempt.
Well, you can sense the relief. It's a fantastic initial save, though.
Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Oh, great block. Having a look. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here.
Well, as you can see, United are controlling possession over the last 15 minutes or so. And they're not just keeping possession well, they're creating opportunities too. And you can see that they do believe that this equaliser is coming.
Chiquinho. Working hard to win it back there. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. And he'll have a go here. And a brilliant save.
What a stop that is. Really good goalkeeping.
Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Takes aim. Very well kept out, alert and ready. And that brings to an end the first half here. And so the second half kicks off. Martins. Santiago Heze. From a long way out. And that's how to deal with it. Nicely gathered. Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes. Manuel Ugarte. Bit sloppy in possession. Brilliant. More of that, please. Santiago Heze. Christian Eriksen. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Staying patient here, but they need to find an equaliser. El Khabi. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half and give his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Counter looks on here, options available. Oh, a great chance. A body in the way. Christian Eriksen. Manuel Ugarte. And unable to retain possession. Promising looking attack from United. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Well, if you go to ground like that and don't get the ball, you will rightly get a card. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Harry Maguire. Christian Eriksen. Moving forward under no real pressure.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to spur them on to this equaliser.
And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Chiquinho. Christian Eriksen. The crowd urging him to shoot. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to draw level. Real opportunity. Great defending. The chance now for a quick transition. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere. The fans certainly still believe that they can get something from the game, and they want just one last push. There is still time.
They're not getting close enough here. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Well held, but it was played right into his zone. Martins. Ayoub El Kaabi. And they've got it back now. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? That's out of play. It'll be a throw now. Gelson Martins. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. And superb technique to get past his man. And into the box it goes. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Fernandez. And that is the final.
it.